Hey everybody, how's it going? Alright, I think today we might be finishing up with a Phoenix Wright Justice for All. I've been probably playing this game for good, this is the 12th part, I want to say. And essentially I just did the last two parts within the last week or so, but now it's like we might be at the end. I was at the tail end, just didn't think how close I was. But to be fair, we also put in 4 hours the last stream, 4 to 5 hours, and then the stream before that, it was an hour. So we'll see how it goes. My assumption is that today, this part should be the final part of the game. And then, yeah, should be exciting. Hopefully we'll see Maya get saved today. We should be all good to get this started and see where the game takes us. Un momento. Alright. Farewell, my Turnabout Part 2 to Trial. This up. All right, March 22nd. Oh, neat. 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way, not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She's your manager, and it would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time because she, drugged my food, as per recycled content more than likely. But, that's only a guess on my part, not on, yeah. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is a real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Carita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix? You think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Carita, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told you, who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with, regards to Miss Impax. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. He's backing us up! Edgy Boy's fine. We believe in the Edgy Boy. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Let's get this trial resumed. Let's get this trial resumed. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls a witness subpoenaed by this court, Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carita's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was a topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Kurita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So, it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well. Then witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. It felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor? I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix? She's one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial's over. Understand? No. No, I don't, Mia. But we will try. For the old. The thing is, if she was in a relationship with Juan, wouldn't she be a ton more devastated about, like, the situation that happened? And what was Mr. Ungar doing at that time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as a nickel samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ungar did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? What are you? Objection! Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungar's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. The one thing I love about, like, this whole trial with Edgeworth is that he's supporting Phoenix, but at the same time, he's going to state the facts in his way because that, like, he's still playing the role of a prosecutor. But he knows who is correct. He's just leading right in the right direction, which is kind of awesome. After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now, witness? What did you see when you got to his room? You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. This is a photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Why did you pour the juice? Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? Huh? There was no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. True, because fingerprints were just on it, but no, like her lips were not, which was kind of interesting. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Carita, you were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was that she started to say just now? Miss Andrews? I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime scene? This mess of glass shards? Weird, so she's the one that knocked it over? It was originally on top of the dresser. But wouldn't there be fingerprints on the vase if she knocked it down by accident, or did she actually hit the dresser or whatnot? But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of info? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Oh, that's not a good thing to say. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. Sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. Interesting. So that's why the guitar was wet. The guitar case was wet. Empty. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. There's Carita's fingerprints. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse. So I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with something very strong, with some very strong decisive evidence. VSDE. I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake, because she's still kidnapped at this entire thing right now. Where it fell onto the guitar case, but the guitar case was open. So... Objection. If it fell onto the guitar case, why is the guitar case open?
Objection!
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there a problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yeah. Yes, that is right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however. The empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? No, make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. So the issue with that testimony there, though, is that there's no prints on it. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. I love Edgeworth. Tear him apart, Edgeworth, please. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see. Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. Wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. You know, like a bright red guitar. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record waiting to be found. Or we'll hit her with the guitar case anyways. Because, you know, there's no fingerprints besides Mr. Kurita's. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. It's elementary, my dear Miss Andrews, because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. That's a bad sentence for her to say because it's like she's saying she wore gloves. If she was wearing gloves, she was wearing the outfit. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Not a good thing to say. Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? Because here's the other thing. If she was wearing gloves at the time, it contradicts her statement about the wine glass, because why would she have fingerprints, poured the juice, her fingerprints were there on the wine glass, left there, but then she puts on gloves to open up the guitar case? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. You're wearing gloves, isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? The wine glass. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? She always has a spare glasses, I see. She has infinite glasses. Order, order, order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into his misguided objection, actually. No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? In a moment, after I save. Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean it was a black guitar? So you a bright black guitar? So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that right? Is it right? Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have at it. Let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? That's a good question, Edward. That's a good question. The only thing I could assume is the knife. Wait, why would the knife be in there, though? That wouldn't make any sense. Would there be a body in there? She walked over. I would say it's actually the Tin Samurai outfit. Tin Nickel Samurai outfit. Because what else would it be? Swear to God, if it's a knife again, I'm gonna be pissed. It wouldn't make sense why the knife is in there, though, would it? Why is it on this floor at this angle? The bear makes me think this would be like Juan Carita's room. I'm gonna go with the Nickel Samurai. This is a photograph, yes, but what is important is what is in that picture. It is the outfit. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? But then the question is, where is he leading with this? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to do something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order, order! Looks like we wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Yeah, Phoenix. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Bat on guards. Why would something of the defendant be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places. True, that is a little baffling. That's where something is a little weird. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case? It was a spare costume. Mr. Angard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? She planted it there, took the bright red guitar out, had the spare costume put into the guitar case so that she could utilize it to make her escape. It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Krita, was the German ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? No, I'm not, Mia. Shut up. Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason this victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... Oh, was it because he was going to make the announcement that he was going to become the new Nickel Samurai? What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Carita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Carita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? There's something I don't quite know yet, however. What I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something, and by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Carita posing as a Nickel Samurai was going to speak about Matt Engard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up, and the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyways. He was going to ruin him? Huh? Looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Huh. Okay. And do you know what this secret is of Mr. Engard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Engard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. You know, aren't you supposed to be truthful from the get-go? Is this how the court system works? You basically you tell the truth until you're found out that you're lying, and then it's like, oh wait, I gotta revise this. Oh, I gotta revise this again. Yeah, I gotta revise this again. So on and so forth. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was a murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was going to do at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Interesting. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down, right side up. Protecting Matt. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Ugh. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need three things. Three things: a motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these three things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Why did he have to? So, would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most public damage to public's beloved Matt and Guard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss? And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Angard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the most important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Unlike Phoenix, because he'll do a guessing game like I am, because I am the guesser, Phoenix, right? Has Mr. Angard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You are the one who helped Mr. Credo with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Angard, yet you still helped out. Objection! The person on trial right now is Mr. Angard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? I don't know, Phoenix. Yeah, if it was never written, it didn't exist to begin with. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Angard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Angard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. Thanks for streaming. I just got home now and I get to watch gameplay. Yes, you do. This is the gameplay. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt Takama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Okay. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Did she just read his mind? Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. Damn, she's just smarter than you. Yeah, she is. Yeah, she is. The interesting part, though, is that, like, the button that was torn off during the fight with him had blood on it, but the blood wasn't on the costume itself, right? And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you are not. Ugh. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, both where and what. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time, too. Who's to say that she stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there would be a large audience before doing so? It's the same thing why Mr. Karitas planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. Oh my god. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make your talk. Philosophical, oh my god. Got it, Chief. Philosophical, oh my. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Phrasing, Phoenix. Phrasing. Philosophical. Okay. God, I cannot pronounce words. Phrasing indeed. Would I present the Nickel Samurai picture? Oh, god damn it, it's red. Wait, no, but the thing is, it would still mark the costume. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't. I was gonna go for the picture because, again, the picture's taken in front of, what's it called? I guess you have to get to a certain point within the game to kind of present that, but where, the picture's taken is in front of Juan Carita's room, not, what's their face? Not in front of that on guard's room, because Juan Carita has bears all over, unless, again, like, Maybe this is Matt Ungard's room. Actually, yeah, no, I can't really deduct why the crime photo would be the one to be the answer for this, but it's a crime photo. Or no, it's not. Huh. I have an alibi. Wait, ripped from his costume, though. So, the strange part about this is that the button was torn off during his fight, but the Jammin' Ninja's button has blood on it. If it was torn off during the fight, then why would it have blood on it until afterwards? Not during. Freaking course. I at least want my two-shotter. Okay, so it was this one, not the other one. This is a victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence this button has the victim's blood on it. Which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume after the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. The button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Ooh. Order. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To have a memento of the crime, to destroy evidence. Now it was to pin the crime on the guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Engard was set up by the real killer, of course. Excuse me. And the real murderer is? Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is a real killer, then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down now. Not yet. Until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard is... Dun dun dun! Adrian Andrews. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Carita's killer. What? Order, Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points towards Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't? I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard. Naturally, a knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matsukama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there's no way he could have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Okay. Another pair of glasses gone. Let's go for another one. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's hakama is a person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only be the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. It's like Phoenix knows what he's talking about the entire time. She was so for real for that. She was so real for that. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was a classic dazed discoverer of the dead body. Another pair of glasses gone. That's about 5 or 6, maybe? And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He would be too short for his own costume if it were him. Oh, I feel so bad for her right now. Only because, There's probably a lot of trauma behind all of this right now for the why she did what she did. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Holy shit. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. What did she talk about? That's it? That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix, but there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, right? Did you finish already? Run out of evidence? I love how Edgeworth is just provoking Phoenix at this point. What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Carino. He's setting up he's doing the setup right now. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I could be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. Who's going to do the objection right now? I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and this is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? Uh-oh. We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial? Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. That isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Edgeworth, let's go. It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there's one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews? When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he a friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. I need water. Insane that Edgeworth actually planted a trap just for this moment for her. And where the, like, he set up and where the execution. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. But wait, there was a knife in his body. How would you not think anything else? So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and a reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer before it be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? Right. I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness? And Juan, he was sitting there slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Yes. He was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in the anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. Am I buying this? When would I ever buy this, Quinby? You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes. He always has a hard time waking up, so Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see. And after that, what happened next? And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward and knocked over the flower vase and knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened? Yes. This is what it all comes down to, huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh, Miss Andrews? Will you tell us the truth this time? I thought it was because of the picture that he has a knife in his chest. Yeah. Hold up a second. No! How far back am I? I thought I had a previous save. Oh no. What were the answers? Oh my god. Alright, Phoenix, go through your spiel. Oh god, dude. Lost a jam in music. It's a damn good song, dude. She pleaded the fifth. How could she? Objection. Alright, we're almost back up to where we, you know, were. Christ. I forgot what I answered before. Shit. I think it was this. Okay, it was. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. Ah. What is the meaning of this? Is it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that there was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in this world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews? Your testimony just now, it was all just one giant lie. No, another pair of glasses gone. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And the reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard. Objection! Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you, witness? Don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. Don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what you do. No matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews' undying believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across something like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please, believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Every time I have to think carefully, it's time for a save. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is a real mastermind behind this crime. Who's a real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one it would be except the woman crying over there, right? Oh God, give me a second. I gotta get up and stretch for a quick second. Okay, so I'm on the same, line of thinking as Phoenix. No matter what, it has to be her, right? Come now. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix, right? This helps Maya. But if we force Andrews to testify, this could delay the trial. But if she's actually telling the truth, I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. Oh, no. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Oh, he's gonna expose. Oh no, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part. That's the second part of the suicide note, the attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews, the secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop. I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern. God damn, Edgeworth. Edgeworth's about to crush this woman's entire spirit. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will put the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. Oh, shit. So will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room, and then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stab the body with the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all this? It might take the court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer's Matt. That scumbag of a man, I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with a murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Ungard for the murder. And this is her crime. So she actually didn't kill Juan Carita. So was it the killer that actually killed him? Because the killer would know that Matt Ungard didn't kill Juan because the killer actually killed Juan? Oh shit. The twist. How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence a cross-examination. I was kind of wondering how we were gonna like tie up the killer along with this courtroom trial right now, because she seemed like she was gonna be the one taking all the blame. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. But you could tell from the state the room was in, there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything was strange about it. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face at once. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. Oh wait, I was actually repeating stuff. So you were the one to stab the victim with the knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body, it moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I use a button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. Suspicious. Sus. I could make him look more sus. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engar's comma. Yes, that's what I had planned to do, but things never go that smoothly, do they? That's when she knocked over the vase by accident. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. So I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios and put it into Juan's guitar case the day before this award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is his secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was a real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. Think we've heard enough? So after that, you went to Mr. Engar's room and planted the button. Into Matt Sakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does this all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. That's not a good thing, Von Karma. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still. Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as a murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was a culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What about Maya? Oh my god, I've never seen Phoenix like that. Today's trials, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright had also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remember just now I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket, but it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness, that card, give it to me, hurry. Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. It's a calling card. It's the criminal's calling card. That card, what in the world is it and what does it mean? So are we actually not... Oh my freaking hell, dude. You know, why does it even surprise me? It doesn't surprise me, actually. How much longer do we have? I thought this would have been the ending because we had to get the acquittal within a day. Oh, shit. What a twist. Let me get some water. I'll be right back, dude. The Dave and Buster's play card was a clue all along. Go figure. Go figure. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let me guess. If I continue, there's gonna be another. I did the trial noob for what's it called? Adrian Andrews, and basically found out that she was not the killer. You know, because the killer is the killer. But how do we prove the killer is the killer if the killer isn't anywhere involved in the case absolutely at all right now? I was hoping it was going to be done with this one, but obviously it's like it's never going to be that easy with the Phoenix Wright game. So we have an investigation phase to do, along with another possible trial to prove the killer is a killer. But yeah, we're continuing. Because we got to see what's going on with Maya. We can eventually get her free. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Wah. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Angard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mr. Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Hey, you guys, glad I called you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, it looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scrubby Detective in Pearl's books now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you about... Wait. Oh, he got fired? No, come on. But we're kind of busy right now. That's right, Pearls. Maya's probably suffering horribly. I mean, she's been caught, or what's it called? She's been, like this for the past week, so... So what are you going to do from now? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, so do you have a new job lined up? Yep. Oh, that, well, what am I supposed to do, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Yes! Gumshoe's gonna work for us. He's gonna be Maya's replacement because Maya's dead. Say what? Imagine Phoenix having to pay somebody for help, and the person that he'd pay for help wouldn't be helping him, or would only be getting in his way. You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Enguarde's innocent all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places, and I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? The junk food, Nick, but it's our junk food. Give me a quick second, sorry. Cheap is a given when you refuse every client in between games. True. True. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think it's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to know? I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Enguarde. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. And then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Never have Edgeworth emotionally console someone. Never have Edgeworth emotionally counsel someone. He's a good guy. He just needed to do what he did. That's all. If it wasn't for him, essentially, like, we would have put the wrong person in jail. Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but, well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay, still hanging in there. Wait a second. She was shot in the shoulder. Wasn't her father also shot in the shoulder, too? Is Edgeworth gonna get shot in the shoulder as well? Getting shot in the shoulder is genetic. Must be karma. Must be karma magnetic shoulders. That's good. I like that. Sorry. I shouldn't laugh about people getting shot. Oh my god. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her to, if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go to let her whip us, Mr. Nick. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Oh god. The name sends a chill down my spine. Guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Alright, Quinby, noob, how long did it take you two to figure out that the Von Karmas were both shot in the shoulder? I'm very curious. Was it instantaneous that you knew? My impression of her has totally changed now. So where's she right now? I'm sure she's down question. I'm sure she's being questioned down at the precinct. At the very least about messing with the body and obstructing the investigation. And she'll probably be staying over at the detention center. The detention center, huh? It's been like 7 years since I played the first trilogy, so I don't remember. Did the first trilogy come out, or are you referring to the original when it actually initially came out? That's fair. Yeah, no, I figured. Hey, it's wilting a little. I'll give it some delicious water, pal. It's okay, I already did that. The watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can? Did he just call the watering can Mister? This is, the Nickel Samurai, right? Yeah, that's right. Mr. Nick. Please take care of Mystic Maya and be her Nickel Samurai, right? But I can read, and I'm tall, pal. Please stop competing with an 8-year-old. It's disturbing. 3DS, actually 2DS. You mean the original DS. Oh, I cleaned it even more for you last night, but I can get it even more cleaner, pal. That's for the toilet. What a mess, literally. So we got Pearls and Gumshoe competing. No, the 2DS. The 3DS minus 3D that didn't fold. True. Ow. Okay. Yeah, move. I remember playing this on my OG Fat DS before all the nice DS variants like the DS Lite and DSi came out. The DSi is probably the worst DSi came out because legitimately it just added a camera and nothing else. DS Lite was the best one out of all the DS ones. The 3DS, it was when the 3DS XLs came out that they actually improved even more. The 3DS was alright, but it's like the 3DS XL is like kind of changed the screen itself and made it bigger. It was just actually one of the best DSs in my opinion. Let me see, because I believe they should be here. I have too many DSs for my own good. This was the first 3DS XL that I got, which was the Pokemon Y edition. It's probably too bright to see, but it's one of the nicest 3DSs I still own to this day. I actually have the Persona Q 3DS case. Very nice. Inside that is my new 3DS Majora's Mask Edition. And then I was also a dumbass that decided to buy the other new 3DS Monster Hunter Edition. This is Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Don't ask me why I decided to buy two. They were just nice 3DSs. And around its time, the DSs were pretty damn nice. And now no games are made for 3DSs ever again. But yeah, no, the new 3DS basically I think coming default for give me a second, sorry. I'm stretching my legs. But yeah, the new 3DS XLs and the DS's new 3DS and the 3DS XL overall just had amazing screens from back in the day. From what the guard told me, it sounded like along with Mr. Ungard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here. Then we should talk with them since we're here. Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning. And we don't have time to waste. Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. WayForward is releasing a new Shantae for the GBA, though. I heard that they were releasing a new Shantae. Is it for the GBA? Or is it originally the GBA? Like, and they're just doing a recreation of that one? Because that wouldn't make sense that they're doing a GBA release. Since, you know, that console's dead. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi, wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director? Francisca. How's Francisca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking care of her. Yes. Yes. And that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. Apparently they started after the original GBC game and halted it, and now they're finishing it. So it's a GBA release, but it's actually like being released on modern day console, I'm assuming now. Like something modern day anyways, aka Steam. Nope, really? She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes, but I understand. Yes, her opponent wasn't gone after all. Yes, after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret, like she would scream really loud. Yes, I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. No, they're actually making cartridges, as far as you know. They're releasing it with a very scummy limited run games. You say really scummy limited runs game, but it's because that GBA doesn't really exist too much that they are finishing it up. It sounds like? I don't know. But interesting, though, I guess. Go back to your room. You're so mean, my frisky Frisca. And that too. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yeah. I got my water over here. I'm just feeling off, I don't know why. Oh. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, right? I knew I should have come here. A shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. It's no big deal, this sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I only have one objective, to find Ungard guilty of murder. Wow. Grandpappy prosecuted for 15 years with a bullet on his shoulder. True. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was. Ow. I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me. Wow, she's scummy. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in the argument. Edward? What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far? But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, right, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there, and that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edward, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Is that rare? Witness that card, give it to me, hurry. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, right, this is top secret info. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer and assassin, the best at that. An assassin? But then again, why? Why would he kidnap Maya? And then basically want the dude, Matt Ungard, for a complete acquittal. That's what doesn't make sense so far. Unless Matt Ungard legitimately hired him as an assassin. So who is this Shelly the Killer? No, because Matt didn't have anything to hide. The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is a professional name of the third heir to the Killer line, the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? Oh, I see. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. Oh, they acknowledge punny names now. I see. Yes, they do. I see. The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin... So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does a kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see, I had no idea. So he didn't know. I thought Gumshoe would have told him. I'll prepare a rescue team and solve as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right? Listen, you need to know something. Juan Carita was killed by Shelly the killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client. How do you know that? Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. Well, what is that? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a Psylocke. So, is this a backlash of the Psylocke system where it's like not everybody is going to have a Psylocke in a way? Because was it like they didn't have any secrets because he legitimately did not kill the person? So, because he didn't kill the person, thank you, Quinby, for the hydrate. Okay. I mean, he doesn't have a Psylocke, so he was asked. I did sip. I mean, he doesn't have a Psylocke, so he was asked if he killed the person, and he said no, but he didn't lie. It was a good sip. Thank you. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please, all I ask is that you make it home. Psylocke is very pedantic. What does pedantic mean? Pedantic. Because I actually don't know. It's about the letter of the lie, not the spirit. I see. Pedantic. I saw. I know how to pronounce. Don. Pedantic. Oh, pedantic. Okay, I said Don, not Dan. Shut up, Quinby. I guess even kidnappers can be a little... I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up like how Nick does with everything in court. Maya, you don't do this when you're kidnapped. I was saying that pedantic means to split hairs over specifics. Ah, okay. Oh, okay, fair enough. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Okay, so I do get to play as Maya for a little bit. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. What's this? It feels like there's a lot of glass bottles around. And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around. Maya, we don't want to die, right? What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in a hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should just be looking for clues. That way, I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Okay, a doggy door. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Ooh, it's busted. I would so die a happy Samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on TV like this. Maya, don't do this during kidnapping. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Oh my god, Maya. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here, but what is an antenna doing here? Oh hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. If I die, I'll just freeload off of pearls like my sister. A freeload off pearls, just like my sister. True. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. A picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love. The less. Oh. Oh. I bet this could be a clue. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on the sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. How cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. That's not creepy or anything. Not the same one, though. Okay. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ah. Oh, shit. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean? Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes. Correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Oh my god, Maya. 7:04 p.m. Hottie Clinic reception. Mr. Nick? Oh yes, pearls. Oh yes, pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Miss Erngard, but I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Rip Maya. Yep, Maya dead. Oh, that's the X-ray room. Yes. How did you know what I was thinking? Yes, well, it's because that's the X-ray room. Huh. Oh, yeah. There's something very peculiar about this guy because I know it's not me. Yes, well, visiting hours are over, that's why. It's time for nightly consultation to begin. Mine, that is. Is there anyone keeping an eye on this guy? This is the clinic's reception desk, but it doesn't seem like there's anyone at the counter. On the word to the wise, put your best foot forward. Putting this up at general clinic doesn't really mean much, does it? Ah. He's putting his left foot forward, I see. Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot the last time you came to visit? It doesn't seem like they've moved any closer to the reception desk, huh? Is this clinic really doing anything? Is that patient really getting any better? Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here. Sorry. Yes, most sorry. Yes. Oh, yeah. Kind of curious that, like, the dude hasn't called Nick after the, Phoenix after the meeting. After the trial. It's already after 7 p.m. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Oh. I have too many questions I need to ask. Sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt on guard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. Mr. Lawyer, dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Why, though? That's really weird. The client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Thank you, Mr. Guard. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You've got to be kidding. There's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick, is Mr. Engard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Aw, it's kind of cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuff here? That's a blue bastard. It was my idea. I made it into this... Yeah. Okay, so repeated dialogue. Wait, hold on. The one thing I've always learned is that this guy never repeats dialogue. I must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Very well. Now, why do you want to work for our company? Well, that would have to be because I feel like I would like to help this company grow. So he's, yeah, for corporate interviews. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Gasped Miss Oldbag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pedophager. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised, but what I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Boo's heart. It was all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside this old bag. Ah. Wow. Was she not able to speak super fast this time? Keep your hands off. This helmet's airtight. No air gets in or no air gets out. That's bad. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. You're a million light years too early to be questioning me, asking me questions, whippersnapper. Oh, okay. Needed to do that. Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Looks like the only way I'm going to get any... Oh, wait, okay. Presents. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edward. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at that... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo. Ugh. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad, and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know, nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Mr. Engard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day. You hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there, and you'll face the grasp of Wendy Oldbag. It's a strange. But that press conference, it was really the victim Juan Carita trying to disclose something about Mr. Engard. But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic? They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. Damn, that's deep. A lobby with a grand staircase always feels enormous. All right, now... These cameras must belong to the... Seats for the spectators of the post-ceremony show and press conference. But it's too bad neither event is going to be held now. Living room? That's a new area. Unguard Mansion living room. Wait, Unguard Mansion? Sure it's dark. I'll go turn on the light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Fucking YouTuber mansion. It's not a YouTuber mansion. He is a actor mansion. He has a mansion because he's a famous actor. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo, meow. Aw, adorable cat. So I guess this is Shoo. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Meow. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Wait. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Unguard's lawyer. The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a look at this. I'm afraid I can't not offer up anything special about it. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of evidence for a trial. Polite yet snotty with a touch of rude. He's a stereotypical butler, alright? With a non-suspicious name. What a fine, ordinary butler. Seems like a nice guy in a cringe palace. Is Maya behind? There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Unguard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoo? The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one is the middle of the Steel Samurai. That one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. One next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against a backdrop of Neo Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Phoenix? You're allowed to watch those type of shows when you're an adult. There's nothing wrong with it. There's another door over here. You shouldn't go wandering over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. A bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. Wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today? Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come and visit Faye Manor, then I'll show you one when you do. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Unguard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. You know, I would have thought Mr. Ungard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies you. Well then, I guess I don't need this scrap of paper anymore. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young, and yet, already, so accomplished. A master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. So why would we come in, obviously? Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. There's a grand set of doors over there. The doors Maya followed the bellboy out of, only to disappear. If only we had all together. I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again. Yeah, me too. Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eats like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot. Well then, how about we wrap up this case? After we wrap up this case, we can go out for a huge 20-course feast. Okay, let's work really hard then. Wait, is this gonna be a what's it called moment where we see Lotta? Yep. Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Freckin' course. An investigative photographer eats or stars on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Freck given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that beef thing already? Would you please take a look at this? Nope, sorry, no can do. Only thing I want to see is a steaming handout. What? A steaming handout? Need one for my eyes. Today just ain't a good day for my eyes to be looking at stuff. How convenient. Maybe I'll have to use that. Okay. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kind of, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Ungard shoving his manager lady onto Kurita? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandma used to? Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work. Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you haven't, would you please just leave already? Oh, dude. I love Lada. Makes me curious how many of these characters are actually going to return in the next game. Why did Kurita why did the killer take a stuffed bear? Mr. Nick, what is this otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon. Excuse me? Watch who you're calling a demon, Brad. Why is she here? Oh, wait. It's because it's Juan Kurita's room. Okay. Zoinks, it's the alien. Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Old Bag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Oh. Night of the murder. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was tricked, deceived by that fraud of her photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. Why is Pearls like one of the best characters that got added into the series? But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. Another thing I just realized is that, like, it seems like for each game, Maya only gets to get involved in, like, 2 cases, like, as Phoenix's, like, assistant, if I remember that correctly. Game 1 had, Episode 1, where, like, it was just Mia helping out. Episode 2, where Maya was on trial. Episode 3 is when they worked together for the first time. Episode 4 is where, she did help against the Von Karma incident. And then episode 5, it was, Emma, if I remember her name correctly. Yeah. And then in this game, episode 1, Maya helped, I think, a little bit. Episode 2, she was put on trial. Episode 3, she helped a little bit. In episode 4, she gets kidnapped. Emma was such a good character, dude. Like, if I remember correctly, that case was a 15-hour case for me. But it was a very good case, though. They did a very good job with Emma and all the characters they introduced in that episode. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. And thank you, Quimby. Emma's a great addition to the Ace Attorney Weird Girl roster. Absolutely is. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Angard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to be an even bigger star than he used to be. Look at the mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents. They're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. And also this song is probably my most favorite song inside this entire game. It's just so much fun. All of Mr. Creator's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think about Juan without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know, when my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He fought barehanded. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river going, you sure can fight. You too, bub. You too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crap. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. It's Bear O'Clock. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What's with this infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Right, noob? The transceiver. Hello? This is not a phone. Maya. How is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya! One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. And what's going on? A little... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Seems bad. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? If you'll excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Who's an electronic expert here? Are you an electronics expert? Please, anything would be helpful. Whenever we're in this room, it starts acting up and hissing static at us. I think there's someone we can talk to about this. Ask the old boomer lady about... Shut up, noob. Silent Hill. What about Silent Hill, Quimby? So it's only this room where there's static interference. The radio staticking all over you is a common Silent Hill trope. Oh, I see. I'd assume it has to do with this that we can't examine as of yet. Maybe. Would Gumshoe know? March 22nd. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Oh, you just made me into noodles, didn't you? A rich man's luxurious full-course meal, out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. In here, I thought he already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try to ask him about. The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was an electromagnetic interference, pal. He's so wifey. Gumshoe is... Honestly, Gumshoe is one of the greatest characters in the series. I really love him. He's so good. So, what is this electromagnetic interference? Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV, and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. He seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. Aw, poor... I love girls. Gumshoe is top waifu material, absolutely. #1 waifu in everything. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something that's sending out very strong radio wave signal, pals. Like a listening device or something. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We went to Mr. Kurita's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, right, pal? Oh, wait, Gumshoe. Oh, yeah, baby, it's investigator time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yee! Gumshoe's too good. We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Oh, I'll water it. Hurricane Pearls. Hold on, criminal affairs off. Hold on, detention center? No, okay. So, it seems like... What's his face? Didn't do it. Matt Ungard did not kill. He did not hire the killer to kill. Why did John Doe want Matt Kurita or Juan Kurita dead? Hey, you're finally here, pal. How did you get here from the police station all the way over here before I did, Gumshoe? Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? He drove his car really fast. Gumshoe can't afford a car. And if he... Wasn't he also fired already? So he... Yeah, no, wasn't he fired? Wasn't he let go? Or did that not happen? He still had the keys. You have to go turn in your badge and gun. They never said anything about keys. Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean, so yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I couldn't get one. I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. Where'd you get this one, Gumshoe? It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. So he went to the police station and then back to his house to then go get this and come over here and still beat us all the way over here. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. And he knew exactly where it was. Hey, don't look down on it. Sure, pal, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Also, why would you make this in elementary school? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity, so it's going to beat anything. Where did he find it? Did he just have it? Did he just know? I need to know. What's the timeline of events? Please, tell me, Quinby. Tell me, somebody. But isn't it better that way? Oh. Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? The timeline is your slow as fuck. Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Feel like I'm getting that sinking feeling again. I feel that, Phoenix. I feel that. What's the ETA, Gumshoe? Tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or something sort of, some sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Right, now let's turn the speaker on. You know what I miss? I miss in episode 5, they gave you a little tool to utilize, like, for gameplay, where it's like that little searcher thing. And in this game, that doesn't have it. The sweeper will know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things over there that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Okay, so they decide to add this in at the very last moment, I think. I'm going to just go outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find that bug. Got it, pal? Oh wait, that's because the light. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say, but let's take the receiver part first before we get ahead of ourselves. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No. I really thought it had to be in a phone, too. Would it not be in a bear? What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but oh, it's kind of like a hot water pot, but instead of hot water, coffee comes out. Really? Then this pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of? I don't think there's anything like that, girl. Sorry. Looks like she's... Wait, what did she say about this one? Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out. I'll go get more water for it. Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. Ugh. Thank you for the hydrate, Quinby. Wait. I didn't want to find it yet. Cell phone? Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Crime Village. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Ah, what a lovely bear. Wow. Ah! This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. A robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick, yes? How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, Oh, yeah, not in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck, this air filter is covered in dust and dirt. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunnies look colossal. What? Oh, nothing. Lamp check, listening device, nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah, and they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. I'm sorry. Lamp check. The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Yes, why is it, Phoenix? Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It's just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh, well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm. I think the keep warm in the case is a little more metaphorical. The plain old calculator. It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance? A whole 50 cents? Maybe if it was his, maybe if he was a spirit medium. Nick, come on. Come on, Phoenix. What's this? A small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick? That's what it looks like. But I want to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat meat too. Technically, that's not true. There's no listening, there's no listening device in that notebook computer. What's a notebook computer? Do you know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on. So? Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? Alright, we got all of Pearls done. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got. No, you can't. It's Such a violent act. Oof. Rip. No! That's the miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What a emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on... So somebody was keeping an eye on Kurita the entire time. It runs on a battery which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is the only camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. So what is a transmitter? A device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. Like a video version of a listening device now. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recorded every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe... maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? If you think about it, the angle of the bear's at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime. That's weird, though. Who said that? Who sent it? So there was a camera in this bear's eye. It was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. So who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere. There's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm going to go around to see electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me, pal. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Gumshoe, you are a real one. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! So is this how he gets when basically Edgeworth sends him off to go do stuff? He's gone. Yeah, but Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Mind's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? You have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. Can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. So, there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal. Huh? You're one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. How do you know this, Edgeworth? It's a completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. Is it because he's part of the Von Karma family and obviously because those, like, you know, attorneys or prosecutors are rich as hell, they had to own one? What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere, however, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Maybe he's a stuffed bear geek? Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Maybe he is. Well, I guess so. 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, right? Wait, what? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Carita? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Carita's real killer, Miss Andrews, passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Ungard. He called you dumb, WTF. Or more likely, he figured a life-size stuffed bear had to be custom-made and looked into it. I see. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers into this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Dun dun dun, to be continued. Okay. Do we have another investigation phase? We have another investigation phase. Come on, dude. Oh, yeah. There's more to learn, Sponge me boy. My boy SpongeBob. Quick break. All right, I am back. We are going to continue. Because one of the things I want to do is I want to finish up the investigation phase because I am not going to do the freaking next, shut up, Quinby. Dude, at the phase I was at the part I was at, there's no way I could have predicted that this was not going to be the finale. Because you had to get the acquittal within a day, but then it was a question of how much information can you get before the ending of all this? And it's like, yeah, no. Oh. Oops. Past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if I was Mr. Edgeworth I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time, I'd probably say not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. I don't want to hear you, Quinby. I didn't realize how long this this final episode was gonna be. Dig through the ditches. Oh my god. And burn through the witches. Alright, we have to talk to Pearls, the real killer. So the real person who killed Mr. Carita was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who is the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever the client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder, but if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt Ungard himself? Was it Matt? Well, with the little hint that we saw through Maya's vision, it seems like the dude was actually connected to what's her name right there? Celeste Impacts. Was it Matt? If Mr. Ungard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Ungard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... Mr. Ungard, I would like to ask you, did you kill Mr. Juan Carita? Alright? Just so we're clear, dude, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carita, okay? Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? It was his phrasing. Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? That's right. You didn't hear it, did you, girls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost a Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what I thought anyways. Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Okay. Mr. Ungard's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Carita was going to reveal the secret. That means Mr. Ungard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Carita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Ungard. There's no way around it now. Wow, it really is getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's already past 9 p.m., but we still have things to prepare for the tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Carita had about Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews' real intentions. Those are two things I must know tonight, but aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls, don't you worry. You know what? I never realized there was an angry-looking bear right here. Right here. I like it. Hold back. Angie bear. Hey, wait. What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for whoever knows what reason, and I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumpster made? Oh no, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgeworth, and he said, "If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer." So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourself. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Oh, yeah, because I found it. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, it was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan? Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Carita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl, the nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intention for a change. Don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. Juan and Adrian. What is it, Zoomer? So, what do you want to know about? So, you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? Adrian Andrews. You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. Oh, wait, no. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Pax, Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yeah, yes, that's the one. That's Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know? Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. And 3 days after their marriage announcement? What an Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines, but why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. So what happened between those two? You know anything about Dando? Wow, she really just doesn't say anything else. Okay. Didn't want to talk to you anyways, old bag. Because you're an old bag. On the night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Dondo, you here? Looks like no one is around. Oh. What happened to the person with the stuffed teddy face? Stuffed teddy face? With the stitches on his face. Okay, so the stitches on his face were actually very noticeable. Does Phoenix not remember the exact same dude that like the butler from, you know, the beginning? Ew. Oh. Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, aren't you? Come on, let's play. Wonder if that butler and Mr. Joe is already asleep or not. Turns out Phoenix is horrible at remembering faces, right? I mean, the stitches on the face would, you know, be a clear giveaway, but apparently not. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at the electronics store. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. It looks like Pearls really appreciate what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick, how do I cut salad? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. This is probably like a small little detail that kind of bugs me, but it's like, it's technically 9 p.m. and like outside looks like it's still daylight. I kind of wish they would just change the panels. Like, something along those lines. I think it, like, you know, would fit a lot better, but obviously, they don't have to. Visiting, yeah, a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Engar tonight, but Isn't what we have to ask very important? Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. It's the middle of summer. I hate you because you're actually right. No, fuck, hell no. It's it's March 22nd. No, I refute that. If I need proof, I'll get a clip. Maybe he did something bad. He's still standing there as punishment. Somehow I don't think that's it. Also over here. Daytime over here. Edgeworth? Or... Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Guard's lawyer, right? Ah, yes, sir. Well, we finally just found the person we've been looking for, a real decisive witness. Decisive witness, you mean for the Guard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. Bam. Small indie game. Technically... You're not wrong. Oh, neat. Okay. I don't know how big of a team actually worked on this game, but yeah, sure, let's go with that new. I've already called them so they know. Go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Alright, we're gonna save. Sure, they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now, so that means that both Mr. Guard and Miss Andrews are in the detention center. Now, whose story do I want to hear? I want to hear Andrew's story first. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was, Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. He can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Ungard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ungard, if you don't mind, Miss Wright. You still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case, sorry. About Miss Celeste Pax. I had finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all coming back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. It's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. I wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want it to spread just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note. I wonder what it said. Why frame him then? Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard? That's simple, because he's a killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? That wouldn't make sense though, because if he was a killer, he went to sleep, you found Frida, you planted the evidence on him, but you still thought he was a killer. That's really weird. But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. So is she saying that, what's his face? Is she saying that Ungard is actually the killer, but the killer of more so of Celeste rather than of Juan Frida. Dude, I keep saying Juan Frida and Matt Ungard, and I keep getting confused between the two at times, and I combine their names from time to time too, I think. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you just say something just now? Yep. You get more oh wait, only one secret out of her. A Psylocke, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was a killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. God, Phoenix. I mean, to be fair, maybe as a player, you don't really recognize him immediately, like, from, like, the beginning, because you are in a, like, Phoenix is legitimately in a state of shock, from Maya's kidnapping. But the one thing that should probably stick out to him is the butler who came to, the bellboy who came to go get her. Like, I would think that would stick out more. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge, and that's Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Matt and Celeste? We'll have to talk to Matt first. I figured it was gonna be one Psylocke, and then basically we can figure, we could just get it in one move, but apparently not. Okay. Move. Miss Andrews, that things have come to this. I have nothing left to say about that man, not one word. So do I have to leave and then come back, and then I'd be able to talk to him? Dude, it's Mr. Right. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Frida was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard. What's wrong, Mr. Ungard? There's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer self, dude. That's secret. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? This is gonna be 5. Okay. Was not anticipating that. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Psylocke. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Miss Kurita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it was all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you I don't care what Juan did with his life? Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she was started seeing Mr. Kurita. Her mentor was Mr. Kurita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste's impact suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea? Like green peas? We will get you pizza as well, Pearls. You should know what pizza is, don't worry. Let's go eat one later, okay? Yeah, good, Phoenix. I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? Don't tell me this one also has a Psylocke, right? No, it's impossible. Mr. Ungard, are you connected to Mrs. Impact's suicide in some way? Mr. Ungard, dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you everything and everything. What do you mean by that? It just means I don't have to tell you anything and everything, dude. About this. Mr. Nick, you can't. Miss Andrews said she doesn't want anyone to know about that, remember? What's that? Oh, this? Nothing really. True. Thank you, Pearls. Avoiding anything that has to say with her. About this person. He's your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion. Pearls, why did you say something? Oh, yes, that's right. There could have been a contradiction there. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me. Damn it. If it wasn't Pearls, though, it could have been Phoenix that just said that. I don't blame you, Pearls. Wow, you're on candid camera. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card, have you ever seen this before? Nope, Never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying, or is he? Then again, he looked like he just gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things? You know, he's right, Mr. Nick. Your skin's kind of drying up here and there. I swear, after this case is over, I'm going to get lots and lots of sleep. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? Okay. What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify tomorrow's trial. So, the decisive witness is Mr. Powers. I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh, they said my face and whole self in general look suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. Just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? I mean, it eventually could probably turn into a crime, depending on how much of a scumbag you are. But no, Powers, you're good. Let's talk to you. Tomorrow's testimony. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet, but it seems like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important, what is it? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think that lawyer, the detective, was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Oh, me and Powers match. Cute. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch, I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt now, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going, but what is he really like? Well, let's see, Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself. Hey, you have Gumshoe now. Wait, what? Oh, true, I have Gumshoe as a friend, you're right. You're correct. What? How horrible, that's unforgivable. Ow, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in this world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see? But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, and hey, so did you hear about this one yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Infax? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day and about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go ahead and ask. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Well, he is wearing yellow, so you know, he's an electric type. And then at the same time, why is he so energetic to talk about a possible suicide? Hey, so you heard about this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends, and she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man." Interesting. Truly insidious man. Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? So, I'm getting at this point where if Old Bag likes them, they're probably gonna be a killer at some point. Or attempted killer. Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Ngard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, but I'm sure I have to get two of them to tell me everything. Mr. Nick, your phone. No, you don't. That's the only time you appear in my streams, Quinby. One of them, anyways. The main time, I should say. You freaked out. Hey, that's a Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, what happened to Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh. Hello? He got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right now. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. There's no absolute way they just did something to Edgeworth, right? Come on. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and he had to go. Okay, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Eh? This quickly? Wait, how did they figure out? And this bear is what gave them away, pal. Oh, the bear, okay. I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But Mr. Pearls. And, go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who are related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude to spy on another person in their room? Matt on guard. How did I not think about that? To spy on your competition. Matt on guard, your client, that's your pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you're right? That the person who bought this bear was? I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is a credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for 3,800, pal. 3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ngard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ngard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ngard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Yeah, somebody paid $3,800 for a stuffed bear. My sight's failing me too, Phoenix. So what about the spy camera we found? And that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give this back to you for you to file away into evidence. Refiled into the court record. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Kurita's room was Matt Ngard. Why? Why would Mr. Ngard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita's in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Ngard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Madame Guard, what in the world have you done? Dude had 5 Psylocke, so he's hiding something huge. How could a cute bear do something so evil? I saw that there was almost a 1 meter tall limited Miku plush for sale for 600 to 700 US dollars. Makes sense. And rich people can buy that. Never underestimate anime nerds. I mean, you're right, noob. You're right. Hmm. So back to the detention center. Sorry about that. You're working really late. You know it's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to talk, let's talk. Wait a second, but do I have everything to be able to tackle him at the moment? That's odd. I thought I would have had, like, the info I would have needed to tackle, what's her name first? Adrian. Alright, let's see if we can tackle him. Matt's secret. Now then, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me, huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. This bear was in Mr. Creator's room on the night of the murder. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. So, it's a present, dude. It actually looks kind of classy, if you know what I mean. Yes, I hear it's quite expensive, which is why it's very odd that this gadget was found inside this bear.
Take that!
This is a very small video camera. And it was hidden inside this bear's eye. Maybe it's a really curious bear? Well, whatever this bear saw was sent somewhere using this transmitter, which means someone on the night of the murder was secretly filming Mr. Creator's room. Juan? I guess Juan had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could have been could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Creator was... You. Mr. On guard, don't you know this bear came from somewhere? Don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Guard. I love how Phoenix is talking to him like a child. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's a proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear.
Take
that! I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Guard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ill. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people now use these days? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes. You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this now, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is, of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Creator's film is because... The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Creator's room and filmed it in secret is because... of the... is because of the clipping. Adrian Andrews? There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Creator were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Creator, you were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron, huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal, that's the good stuff that we call in the industry, that we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Creator because of Miss Andrews. Then there's only one reason I can think of you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Creator's room was... We're back. Sorry about that, I'm back. Oh yeah. Alright. The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... The real reason you set up the camera in the room. It was to spy on Matt, but... This one's hard.
Take that!
This is a highlight. It was Celeste.
Take that!
Can you explain this relation between Celeste and Matt? Wouldn't it be Adrian herself?
Take that! Take that!
Oh my god, it's not a person. Nick, if you push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Please calm down, collect your thoughts again. am I forgetting, dude? What am I forgetting? Can you talk about rumors? No. Don't know. Maps in the West. This one's a little hard. It's tricky. I guess the question I'd have is like, is there any info I'm missing as of current? Or do I have all of it at hand? It's hard to bear with all these problems. Ugh, Hmm. It's a toughie, dude. It's a toughie. am I, like, do I have the info for Adrian? Am I overlooking something? I feel like I'm absolutely overlooking something that I cannot see right now. Oh yeah, do you know anything about this card? Edgeworth for some reason went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You do? No matter what you say, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. Escargot or something like that? Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right? I suspected she has no idea. I'm stuck. Give me a second. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't think we'll get the answer from Matt first. I think Adrian would have the answer first. But I cannot bypass what she wants.
Take that!
Because it has to be a connecting point between Matt and... Yeah, it has to be a connecting point between Matt and Celeste. Like, this is 100% something I know. I would think possibly the butler, but like, what's the proof behind it? Like, the viewer knows, but like, how does Phoenix know? Wouldn't be the suicide report, right? Oh, because that wouldn't make sense. between Celeste and Matt. I feel like I would need to talk to Matt to figure it out. Man, it's either one or the other, though, dude.
Take that!
The key. What is the... What is...
Take that!
Okay, yep.
Take
Yep.
that!
Boom, 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 boom.
Take that!
Yep. Because I figured all this out already.
Take that!
Yep. Because you bought it. The reason you hit it was because of this.
Take that!
Adrian Andrews, there's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews, yeah, secret meetings. You who was keeping tabs on Mr. Creator, you were to reveal as fact, turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron, huh, Miss? Good stuff, Juicy. Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stopped paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying wasn't something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Miss Karita because of Miss Andrews. Then there's only one reason I can think of you to do such a thing. Because he wanted to watch the death of Juan.
Take that!
Oh. You wanted to find the suicide note, was it? Influences in a nutshell. Did Do you want to know what... Oh, wait! Because he wanted to find the dirt of what he was going to set him up with.
Take that!
But how would I express that? God bless, dude. Second, sorry.
Take that!
He's solely gonna make a video roasting this clown of a lawyer? Yeah, he is.
Take that!
Yeah, you cannot create a save state during this situation.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Noob, Quinby, if either of you are there, the only question I am legit gonna ask is, do I have the answer to this question? Okay, thank you. I swear to God, if it's Lotta's camera, I'm gonna freaking flip something.
Take that!
Okay, good. It wouldn't be the tabloid again, right? to watch Kurita die?
Take that!
Oh my god.
Take that!
This is gonna kill me, dude. Alright, give me a second.
Take that! Take that!
What have I presented? Good question.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Is it Celeste? Or is it because of yourself?
Take that!
Yeah, no, not yourself. You don't care about yourself that much, do you?
Take that!
Ugh. Taking so many freaking mental struggle hits here, dude. I just actually don't know. I think this is another case of you have been on the right track, but not presenting exactly what the game wanted. So you left that train of thought. Wish these games were better at preventing that. It is what it is. Like, it does suck, but it's like, it seems like what you said is that I was on the correct track, but yeah. Because they don't want to have too many pieces of they don't want too many pieces of evidence to basically say, hey, you guessed near correct, so we're gonna give it to you. But that's kind of hard.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Is it actually about Adrian's suicide report?
Take that!
Oh. Or is it gonna be about the regular suicide report?
Take that! Take that!
How dumb am I gonna feel when I get the answer?
Take that!
Don't think you'll feel dumb. Okay.
Take that! Take that!
Is it to watch the murder?
Take that!
Okay, no. Is it to hear the conversation?
Take that!
No. I hate this part. I feel like I'm just strong-arming it at this point.
Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... See my badge. The reason. What was the reason? I'm pretty sure I did utilize press conference ticket at one point. Did I ever guess spy camera again?
Take that!
Fuck. Wow, I cannot believe for the first time I'm legit about to give up. I can't remember if I chose the autopsy report earlier. Oh.
Take that!
Yeah, of course. Yes, Pearls, I know. Alright, give me a few moments. I'm gonna take a break to finish eating my food. Yeah. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. I'm gonna first try this right now. Let's go.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Steak, mashed potatoes, green beans.
Take that!
Also, do you want a hint since you're getting so frustrated? I think the only hint I guess I would ask. Do I want to finish this myself?
Take that!
Let me get there and then let me think. Let me get there and let me think. Wow. I hate seeing my friends get frustrated unless they're playing against Honda. I see. Unless you're giving hands. But I would also want to never to rob you of something, solving something of your own. I get that. Yeah, that's the issue as well with me. Because generally I do like frustration, but it's like, I've been frustrated for this long. The question is, do I just want to be like, do I just want to get it myself? You didn't spy on Mr. Krita because of Miss Andrews. Then there's only one reason I can think of you to do such a thing. Uh-huh. You're not wrong, Noob. And generally, everything that I've been answering up to today, I've been pretty damn confident in. I really try to stick away from guessing the majority of the time. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Creator's room was... I've never felt so defeated. Thank you, Quinby. Would it be the same thing? Would it be something? The issue is there's so much to kind of like speculate here. You have profiles, you have evidence, and you can utilize the same things at the same time too. Like, or you can use things like 2 times. But what would it be? Sorry about that, I was being shown something. It's gonna hurt me to say this. I'm pretty damn sure I used the press conference ticket too. Yeah, you can. That's fine. I did that. I did Lotta's camera. I did the crime photo. I did the suicide report. I did the attempted suicide report. I did Juan's autopsy report. I mean, it had information that Lotta was putting down, so basically that she thought she figured out, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, did I try all 3 of these, Quinby? I wish Lotta was at the center of more cases she's faced. And you tried all 3 envelopes. No, I'm gonna click it again just to get this out the way.
Take that!
Yeah, that's what I thought. I can't stand that. Quinn B, answer me this. Is it an item or is it a person? A fucking person. I'm gonna kill something. I feel like I've done so much! What am I missing? Is it the fucking nickel samurai dude? Yeah, why would I think it's a nickel samurai? Why? Why? I'm a fucking break, dude, I swear. You still haven't tried my guess? So true, Bessie.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
A few hours later.
Take that! Take that!
Thank you, Quinby. Picture card?
Take that!
What? Maybe he doesn't know about this card? This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? Why would you mention him? You really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any mistakes now. Mr. Matt on guard, I know why you know Mr. Tequila. It's because you're a hero of justice. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how would you know something like that? It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Carita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt on guard. Hey. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Guard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's about time for you to learn the truth, Mr. Wright. How do you know? How do you know, Mr. Lawyer? How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard. He had it in his pocket, noob. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. So you are Shelly the Killer's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the word of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. You know about Miss Andrews' secret? I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yeah, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face in the crime scene recorded on and preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can't. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl? Is that chocolate milk? It is his chocolate milk before bed, of course. Where'd he whip that? Yeah. Why would you kill Mr. Carita? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Carita had been able to give it, then Mr. On Guard's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Carita ended up dead. Let me tell you something, I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget, even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, Matt and Guard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? First, when we met, I asked if you had killed Juan Frida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey, now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Kurita. Haha, I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Aw, but too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer, after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Aw, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya. You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You. Scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do now? And now? Now you finally found it. Ah, the starting line of this case. Edgeworth? I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Miss Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy? No, we can't do that. That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth, right? Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was, and that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, Madame Guard, that man is really... Doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe most of my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I was to get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right? Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that's why you left the prosecutor's office? I mean, come on, Phoenix. But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of the story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ungard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason to why I am doing what I am? Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations and is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap in daycare. No. Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Wow. Mystic Maya. I don't know what to say. Edward, did you hear that at the end of that transmission? Huh? Oh, it sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be that cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer's holding Maya hostage. Edward, have all police units head for Ungard Mansion immediately. Alright? You hurry over as well, then. Don't lose hope yet, girls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Alright, it's getting intense here. Holy. Living room. Maya. Please answer us, Mystic Maya. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape, assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and Ungard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Krita? Why would something like this be here? Alright, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for sure. Do you think this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edward. Slam, slam, crash. Ah, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Ungard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, they'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but The tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Antenna, the footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed over and recorded on tape. What's a VCR? I don't know, you tell me. If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful. Even Pearls know what a VCR is. Is Pearls a boomer? On Guard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on there. But I would sit on the table to begin with, Mr. Nick. I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Look like Ungard taped all of his own shows. Okay, cool. There's a little door for Shu in this big door. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this thing out. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Well, Pearl's a boomer. Yes, she is. A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I would die a happy Samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on TV like this. Yeah, that's what she'd say. Oh, I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. About Maya dying. Wine cellar. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl's looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Ah! The light doesn't filter in all the way, so it's hard to see. It looks like there are crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here. Wow, I've never seen so many bottles all in one place before. Well, I guess when you're a star, you can have so much money you can buy anything you want. This looks like a picture of Miss Impex. With love, Celeste. Miss Impex? You mean... Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impex be in Mr. Engard's mansion? Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Curly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. That's it. No! Mystic Maya! Right? What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth? Yes. As far as clues go, I think this is all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Apparently the biggest clue of all. Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last one and lock. That last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews? I have come to remove your psych lock. I want to know, and you will tell me your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Phoenix? Really?
Take that!
He's really pissed right now.
Take that!
Matt and Celeste.
Take that!
This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why With Love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios, and that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called off the wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. In that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and, so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? Simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. And in any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the Sage show. And all about it because I heard about it from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I even had brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note. And that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I couldn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. Can't sleep either. Not with my situation or with what I know. With what I know now. To be continued. For another day. Because I'm also tired as hell. Well, Maya. You don't get to see the... No, you got to see the moonlight of day. Huff. Huff. Grr. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? Didn't they play this scene like in the last game? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. Was it the intro to this game? I've had this dream somewhere before, as if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Hello, this is Phoenix, right? Hello, Phoenix, right? This is the end of the game today. I didn't get baited this time. Alright. Around a 6-hour stream. I was planning to play another game in a bit. No, I'm tired. It's 8 o'clock. I'm good. Oh, God. I wasn't expecting playing this game for 6-ish hours today, but you know what? We're here, right? We're here, boys. Well, thank you all for joining me today. I appreciate all you being here, and we will be playing this sometime this week. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow immediately. But this should be the finale. Next time should be the finale of Phoenix Wright. Alright? Alright? Oh my god, I'm tired. Why the card, dude? Why the card? Alright, we're gonna raid Dirge. He's playing some level head at the moment. So, yeah. Alright, thank you all again for showing up. I appreciate all you being here. I'll catch you guys next time. Have a good night, dudes. Peace out, and boy.